What is up, boys and girls? We are online. Everything looks good. Let's see here. What do we got on the old calendar? I don't know. What is this? Rune skill and boss. Join Mod Yui in the RS Discord mods as they try to defeat the Calphite King live on stream. Ain't that something? Okay. Yeah, so I don't really have any plans for today. We still got to get a bunch of attack XP. We still need 3.5 mil. And we need to do some daily stuff. Let's get our woad leaves. And let's get our wicked hat. Wicked. Whoops. Well, shite. Alright, there's a Varix helm. Ooh. Oh. Can I just have a regular Varix helm? One that I've already, like, started degrading? There we go, we can have that. Boop. Alright, let's go get some daily stuff done. Go over to our dween here. It's also been a couple of days, so we could probably... Who that is? Iron Zax. It's been a couple of days. Yo, what's up, Felix? What's up, Dean? Got a full Slayer helm. Nice job. Good job. I did no such thing this weekend. I killed a shitload of flesh hatchers this weekend in an effort to get some attack XP. But we've only got 3.5 million to go. We've got 4 or 5 days to do it. I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna make it. It'll be close. Alright, there's another level up. Got 6 days, including today. Perfect. Perfect. Means we only need to get about 600,000 XP a day. Well, call it 7, because we'll need the extra time to go ahead and get the shards. But I think we're going to make it. I'm honestly just a little bit shocked, if I'm being honest. Just a little bit shocked. Oh, I think I forgot to put woad leaves in this one last time. That's sad. So sad. Let's hope that was the only one. Jack Ripper 56. We are seeing a lot of new Iron Man accounts or Iron Woman accounts lately. And I am extremely happy about that. Extremely happy. Looks like lots of new people are choosing to get started or to restart and use Iron accounts, which is super awesome. Not only is it awesome because it's more players, but Irons potentially are a good audience for the group Ironman games, because you can basically go down to a group Ironman, but you don't necessarily need to stay a part of a group, right? You can bounce around to different groups to be a part of the competition and stuff, and it doesn't, you know, hurt your competitiveness or anything like that, because you were already an Iron, so you didn't really have that stuff. But let's see, let's do this one and this one and this one. 58 Viswags. We take that one out, put that one in. 66 Viswags. That's perfect. Combine those. Boom. And then let's just go buy a fuck ton of runes. Did you know when using your bones to use them on the wildy altar? I did. I did. I actually have a shitload of bones. That I do need to use. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is either, but it's something up there, 3.5, something like that. And then there's like an upgraded altar that you can get in Fort 4 and 3. That's like better than the one in the Wildy by a little bit, is what I've been told. Yeah, I wasn't gonna wait or anything like that. Slash that web. Give me my runes. Motherfucker, I said give me my earth rune. Alrighty. That's pretty much all of it. Bop. Damn. I only got 6 million gold. Gross. Let's see. That lava battle staff is actually worth quite a bit. Ah, whatever. Let's even go ahead and put away the infernal box. And then let's take a look at the bones. What do we got here? We got almost 300 dragon bones. We got 500 big bones. We got some other bits here. So let's go out to that place in the Wildy. And let's spend some time. Let's go see how many prayer levels we can get with the bones that we've got here. Because why the hell not? People be trying to use up all their dummies. Wait till May. No. What the fuck is a team cape? Let me access my bank. Alright, we'll take out these big boy bones. And then we'll take out some dragon bones. And then we'll go pray. Sylphis. Oh no, I don't want to pray. I want to offer. That's right. We actually get a lot. 490 for these org bones. Which I got from... what's his nuts? Actually, I just realized these Dagonoth bones are worth quite a bit. And I get a lot of them from Krill, the one boss. Yeah, I will make a preset when I'm just getting a full inventory of dragon bones. But I couldn't make a preset there because I had half and half. And that would have been silly. Hopefully we'll get a couple of levels here at least. Maybe get up to 60. That'd be nice. Yeah, what about him? Interesting. Very, very interesting. It's weird that they would have two banks so close like that. I mean, I guess it's a pretty major optimization. Be able to just run back and forth right here, but still a little strange. Oh, Simon. Oh wow, we're already almost to 59. Shit, we might make it to 62. Hey, dude. We making all the XPs. Berserker. We just unlocking things. This other person isn't quite paying as close of attention as me, so it's gonna take them longer. You're losing XP per hour, bro. Gotta pay attention. Stop watching TV. Killing abyssal demons just outside where you're doing prayer. Get full imp of ash. Use the altar. 80 more kills. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I don't think I can kill those things. Pretty sure I don't have the fucking Slayer level for it. Because this game hates me. Gosh damn it, Simon. He's so hard to click on sometimes. Little turd burglar. What a little turd burglar. Hey, we're about to be level 60. Booyah. Sap necromancy. Anima staves. Or animal staves. What in the hell is that? Blessed spirit shield? And a dungeoneering necklace. Okay. How cool. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. I definitely want to try and find some things that I can double dip on a little bit here. Probably Slayer is the one that we want to double dip on the most. We are having some issues with the Slayer though. It just takes so long to finish up Slayer tasks and to level up Slayer because so much or so little XP gets added every time. I need to probably look a little closer at what the Slayer task XP values are like so I can understand a little better how to go about it. I mean, I guess there's not really any options, right? You just go get a Slayer task, kill the Slayer task, get a Slayer task, kill the Slayer task. I guess there aren't really a ton of other options. Hey, what's up, Ultimate Apex? I think the updates were great. You know, right now all we've really gotten was some visual stuff. And so, you know, it hasn't really had a huge impact on the game. But I'm looking forward to the changes as they come out. You know, that actually might be one of the best Did I know that the Flesh Eater was an easy boss? I did know. Do you mean the Flesh Hatcher? Because yeah, I've got almost 500 kills and completed its log already. So yeah, I would say it's probably an easy boss. That's actually the first boss I've completed the log for. Yeah, he was supposed to be an early game boss to help new players understand mechanics of some of the later bosses. Let's see. Let's access the bank. Let's go to Bones. Yeah, you probably didn't even get the ad phase. Because if you kill him in less than a minute and a half, he doesn't even spawn ads. Okay. We are not doing big bones for 52 XP a pop. That's not happening. But I was saying, Felix, earlier, you talked about Krill being a demon. That's good Slayer XP. That's good regular XP. And that's also good bones. Because you get the Dagonoth bones from them. Oh no, you get ashes from them. That's right, not bones. But still, good prayer XP. Because you get... Let's see. Let's see what those ashes are worth real quick. That seems... The Dagonoth bones come from those other nerds. The Dagonoth King. And those are worth almost 500 prayer XP a pop, so... these are only worth 219. Why I do the tree and wildy, give infernal ashes, I have 4k. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. That's a little less. It's about 35 less XP than the dragon bones. But those Dagonoth bones were given some really good XP. Like, really good. I wonder if the Dagonoth Kings map to a Slayer task. Yeah, I agree, Apex. That is definitely one of the reasons that I like RS3 more than OSRS. The Dagonoth Slayer task is for the Dagonoth Kings? Okay. How do I get... Where do I get the Dagonoth Slayer task? Dagonoth Slayer task. The following Slayer Masters assign Dagonoths. Okay, so it looks like I need to complete Horror from the Deep. Okay, let's go to Horror from the Deep. Have I already completed Horror from the Deep? I must have. Must be a requirement for going down there. Oh, nope, there it is. Horror from the Deep. Bar Crawl Mini Quest. So this all works really well, right? Being able to request the Dagonoth Slayer task. Yeah, I sort of feel like I want to beat that. Okay. Because I feel like that'll all mix together really well. There is one problem. So the Dagonoth Kings are hybrid, right? You have to go in there with all the different styles. So something I think I'm gonna want to try and do is actually find a way. There's no way to isolate that ranged dude. He hits from too far away, and if I close the distance on him... Well, he is right there at the entrance, though, so I could go in, beat the shit out of that guy real quick, and then leave. And then go back in and beat the shit out of him again. And just kill the ranged one over and over. I don't know. What's up, Slate? We might try that. We might just try beating the crap out of the ranged Dagonoth over and over again. Nah, I don't feel like that's going to be very good XP. Let's see. Let's get my Reaper gem out. Can I just get... Is the enchanted gem is like a Slayer thing, right? Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, I can't get a new Slayer task. That sucks. "22 souls from the Rex Matriarchs." No, I don't think I can do those. Give me something different there, bud. 10 souls from the Chaos Elemental. Can I kill the Chaos Elemental? Let's maybe go give it a try. I'm pretty sure that I've killed... Oh, no, I can just go right here in the Reaper portal. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I remember. I've fought him a little bit one time. But I don't think he does anything else to me, right? He just takes my armor off. So let's go see. The portal can't be used. Is there no portal to the Chaos Elemental? Oh my goodness, there's not. Well, that's obnoxious. Oh, okay, so just don't eat my food and we'll be good to go. Alright, you little shit swizzler. Them things are ugly as shit. Hey, 71 prayer, congratulations. Alright, there's that nerd. Come here, you little turd burglar. Don't you teleport me around, you little twit. Oh, that was way easier than I thought. Oh, wow. Stop teleporting me. Let's see, Saradomin temporarily increases defense, restores 1,000 health, doesn't drain adrenaline. I don't think I need any of those things. Did I just complete a hard one? Get back over here, dude. So he does do quite a little bit of damage, but he definitely seems like an enemy that I could kill more than enough times. I don't know if I even have wild blood seeds. don't think I need the rest of those, but we're gonna get our strength potion and our wild blood seeds there. So, something that would be kind of interesting here, because this boss doesn't harm you, I don't really need the chaos runes. There's a lot of stuff from this boss that I really just don't need. But because this boss can't take off your gear and stuff if your inventory's full, these Ceridomin brews are actually probably the best food to take here. Because even after you eat it, it just leaves behind a bottle. So you can yeah. You can just keep going. That's kind of cool. Let's eat some of these. And then we're gonna snag up some of these. And we'll just eat like one of each of these for fun. Fill myself up a little bit there. I want to try and kill this guy all of these times without having to go back. I think I should be able to. I'm already halfway there. So we should be good. Make your stats go lower when you drink Cero. Why people drink 2 then use 1 sip of Super Restore. Right. Please go attack the nerd. Stop teleporting me. Oh, damn. Look at all them sharks. Little turd. He got me. Little turd got me. Okay. Can we... Oh, because I had to change my... Stupid. There we go. I was like, why am I not using... any of my abilities? Alright. Don't need to worry about none of that. Two more kills should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. Or easy peasy squeezy cheesy. I was watching yesterday, I caught a YouTube short of that Irish content creator, Garen. And he was talking shit about Thanksgiving and pumpkin pie. But he made some homemade pumpkin pie. And then had it with the whipped cream that comes out of the spray can. And he called it squeezy cream. And I was so happy. So happy. Because me and my brothers call the cheese in the spray can squeezy cheese. And I've never really seen or heard anybody else call it like that. The fact that he called it squeezy cream was hilarious. That guy's fucking funny though. Fucking hilarious. Alright, donezo. $91 HP. Nice. Congratulations. Now we got all them Saradomin jobbers. That feels good. Oh, can't get a new task yet. Gotta wait. Alright, so... the Dagonoth Kings are gonna be a great path to Prayer XP and Slayer XP and all that stuff in the future. I don't think they're going to be a great path right this moment because, you know, I'm trying to get attack up, so I don't want to be doing the hybrid thing right now. But they'll definitely be a good source of Prayer and Slayer XP doing when I got Prif unlocked. I can do what? Just by buying from the shop? Gross. Who wants to do that? Yeah, but then we don't get, because it's a time thing. Ian, it would take too long for the dude to come back. And so there just wouldn't be a lot of XP per time going on there. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. What really makes me sad is I feel like just the best attack XP per time for me right now is just killing the Flesh Hatcher. I've been getting so much good XP there. But I'm honestly kind of getting tired of killing the Flesh Hatcher. And I do need the Slayer XP. Yeah, I don't even know why I stopped that one. Well, I'd never really started it. Speaking to blah 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 at the entrance to the Heroes Guild. Yeah, I don't know. I need a friend for the Heroes quest? That's stupid. I don't like it. What to do? Weird. Okay, well, let's go spend a little time killing the Flesh Hatcher. We might as well. It's good XP. We have a chance for the really good bow drop. Getting extra dragon harpoons and dragon longswords and stuff doesn't really hurt anybody. I'm not even using my two-hander, so... I've got my dual wield on. It has an ever so slightly higher DPS output. If you get more than one harpoon, you can use it for invention, disassemble it, instead doing siphon at 1 to 10. Yeah, I've got like 3 harpoons right now. I've got 3 harpoons. I've got 6 of the necklaces. I've gotten actually a really large number of good things from the Flesh Hatcher. We're up to 17 offhanded longswords, 16 longswords. Oh, I have 4 harpoons. Nice. Yeah, we've been killing it. Look at this. 2,943 dragon bolt tips. I've gotten all those. Let's see. Yeah, all of these bolt tips, I think, have come from there, except maybe the Hydrix. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky. I mean, I have killed him almost 500 times. So that's 1 necklace and 1 harpoon every 100 kills. So I figure that's pretty good. Plus, so many dragon offhands and dragon longswords. So many. Which would be good for something. I don't know. Disassemble them, fucking high alch them, something. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah, they're worth a lot of good currency there. And I do need some currency because we got a ton of gold spirits too. We've almost got like 2,000 gold spirits now. But because we're doing miscellanea now, I need plenty of currency. So I'll probably end up high alching those and just dropping off a ton of currency. Because I need what, 75,000 a day, and I can store up to 7.5 million. So that would give me 100 days at maximum output. That's pretty good. We should probably try and do that, fill it up, and then just like ignore herb lore for the next 100 days, and then go get 100 days worth of orbs or herbs, and then just burn them all. That sounds like fun. Give me my XP. I told you, I wasn't kidding the other day, Dean, when I said that the game made me mad. So I'm not making another potion until I get to level 99 herb lore. If the game is not going to give me the information I need to make good decisions, then I'm going to make bad decisions. those are the rules. Put all my quest XP on herb lore, but it's so bad to train. I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. It just annoys me that, like, they set up this precedent, this expectation that you're always going to need a vial, a primary herb, and a secondary to make potions. And that's the way it is for the first, like, 70 levels. And then you start needing the super potion versions later, right? I didn't need regular strength potions to make super strength potions, but later I need super strength potions to make overloads or whatever. And so they changed the rules on me, and then at the same time, they gave me this herb burner thing that allows me to get almost all the XP I get from making potions by just burning the herbs, so I don't need the secondaries. So they set up this expectation and they gave me this out, and then it turns out that if I use that out, I'm totally fucking myself in the future. And that upsets me, because they're the ones who created that environment. They, like, led me down this path, and that path just leads to a big fucking brick wall. I didn't, like, cut through the trees and happen on a dead end. I followed this really well laid out path that ended in a wall. And so I'm angry. And if that's what you want, then I'll go ram my face into a fucking brick wall. That's fine. Right, being warned by you all, though, and no offense, but I have no reason to assume that y'all have any more knowledge than I do. Right? Like, it's all well and good to get information from the chat and to take that information under advisement, but I had already spent a significant amount of time burning herbs and stuff like that before anybody said anything like that to me. Right, but I don't know that, Ian, because I don't know you. There are lots of times where people give me advice that turns out to be completely untrue. For example, not 10 minutes ago, somebody told me that I needed a teammate to go do that one quest, and that person was incorrect. So I can't just take everybody's word for everything. You know what I mean? Right, but that happens a lot. As much as I appreciate the information y'all give me, and as often as I follow that information, I can't just assume that y'all are right all the time, because that would be dumb. Because you're not. I did go look at it. I do understand now that I'm gonna need those potions. But the game set up an expectation that was different than that, right? When I went from regular strength potions to super strength potions, I used the same secondary with a different tier of herb. Yeah, William, I'm not mad at chat for giving me good information. I'm mad at the game for sending me down a dead-end road. And since the game wants to send me down a dead-end road, I'm gonna follow that dead-end road because I'm stubborn. And it's making me mad. I honestly can't believe that we're probably gonna make it all the way to 99 attack and get our inverted cape. It is pretty shocking. It also puts into pretty stark relief how much more grinding there is to do. I mean, it took me a good 2 weeks of pretty solid gameplay to get from like 75 to 99. Which is crazy. The dead end of burning herbs at my herb burning thing. Because they gave me this thing. Whatever this fucking thing is. The thing where I can burn herbs for XP. And then, if you look, all of the potions that I've made up to this point don't require previous potions. Right? It's always new. It's always an herb and then a new secondary. But when you get way down here, and eventually you start making overload potions, and grand attack potions, or just grand potions, then you start using the previous tier of potions. But that's a totally different route than everything previous. And so all the way up to 70, there's one system, and then it changes, but then it gave me a thing that allows me to burn my herbs for XP. And when you can burn your herbs for XP, and you're only losing a couple XP per herb, because you don't have to go get the secondaries, that seems like the best path to leveling. Because I'm not using my strength potions and stuff very much anyway. So stockpiling those isn't necessarily going to do me any good. And it saves me from all of that grinding to go get all of those secondaries. But then it turns out I really did need to stockpile super potions so that I could make all those other things. So they gave me this alternate path that's going to lead me to a dead end. But whatever, like I said, if it wants to lead me to a dead end, then I'll just go run face first into a dead end. That's fine. I don't care. Hey, good job, Slight. What's up, Night Studios? I'm just trying to get some attack XP right now. So, pretty focused on killing the Flesh Hatcher. Also, I don't really have access to a lot of bosses that need to be duoed, or that even benefit from duoing. Because I'm an iron, there are quite a few bosses that if somebody else hits them, I don't get rewards. So it's pretty limited in the number of bosses I can actually fight with other people. What's my opinion on necromancy? I think it's a great skill to have in the game. Personally, I don't use it because I like the trinity of weaknesses and affinities. And I don't want to use necromancy because it's completely outside of that system. So, I mean, eventually I'll level it up, but I'm enjoying leveling up the other three for the time being. But it's definitely nice for players who don't have the time to level up all of them, to only have to focus on a single skill in order to be able to get all the content done. Whoops. I leveled up to 610 prayer. And now my prayer doesn't end by the time I refill it. So I actually have to remember to turn my prayers off before filling up my prayer in between boss fights. That sucks. Yeah, we're getting there. We're looking like we're probably going to make it to 99 attack and get our inverted cape before the end of the month this month, which makes me pretty happy. Then we can start focusing on bringing up some of these lower tier abilities. Especially, we need to get agility up to 70 so we can go fight the Saradomin General down in God Wars 1. Whoops. Yeah, we run in big old circles around agility courses. Because, you know, that's fun. My bonus XP is going to agility. I would rather struggle with herb lore than struggle with agility. What's up, Grizz? How are you today? Especially since I have miscellanea can provide me with a bunch of XP for herb lore. Also, I feel like I already have a supplement to that. You're almost there, Slate. Your grind is almost done. And won't you feel such a massive sense of accomplishment when you finish? Well, I don't really know how long it takes to get 50 marks of grace, but I believe in you. I think you can do it. Hey, congratulations, Dean. Oh, well, that's not bad at all. Only 5 more hours? You can kick back and relax. It's actually funny how much more difficult the end of a grind is, because the time scale changes so drastically as you level something up. Like leveling up from 65 to 75 in divination feels worlds different from leveling up to 75 to 80. Because just the rate that you're getting levels and all that stuff changes so drastically in this game. You know, when you first start a grind, your first 5 hours is like 20 levels or 30 levels or whatever. And then by the time you get to 70 or 80, 5 hours is like a level. Oh, nice. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yeah, I'm kind of in that same spot there, Dean. Also have 72 strength, 77 defense. But I won't have to worry for very much longer about attack at all. So I'll just put all the XP that I get from attack into defense and strength. And then ranged and magic can just be for ranged and magic. And it should all work out pretty good. Yes. Yes, I do. Although I'm not really a big fan. I don't like making myself take extra damage. But it really is just all a question of resource per time to me. So, like, using Berserk is fine against the Flesh Hatcher, because the Flesh Hatcher's chip damage isn't really what normally gets me. It's things like the slams. And those slams come infrequently enough that I'm pretty unlikely to get slammed while I have Berserk on. So it doesn't necessarily have a huge impact on whether or not I consistently win the fight. And the Flesh Hatcher has a pretty predictable amount of damage. But there are situations where, you know, a boss or something that has a little more variability in their damage, or a little more variability in how often they might use their skills, or something like that, could make Berserk a much more risky proposition. Because if you take, you know, a big hit or a crit or whatever when your Berserk's on, you could end up in a pretty bad spot. So it's not something that I'm just gonna always have on my bar, because I think there are certainly situations where it's not gonna be great. And I don't like skills like that to begin with, so I am kind of always looking for a reason not to be using it. Because I don't like it. Just like I'm always looking for a reason not to be using dual wield and instead to be using a shield or a defender or something like that. Because I prefer them. But this is ultimately speeding up my kill times, because it's not adding any resource loss. In fact, I'm gaining food and stuff by killing this boss. So it would be silly to use a more defensive style and end up extending my kill times when I'm not using up any resources here to begin with. Alright, game. I love you, but it's time to give me my bow. Give me the bow. We're about to hit 96 here on this fight. And then it's going to be the new day. So we'll be able to get a new Reaper task. So we're definitely going to do that. Whoops. I fucked it up again. Hopefully, they give me a good Reaper task that I can do and that I enjoy. Or maybe they'll give me a new one that I haven't done. They have been trying to send me towards the Rex Matriarchs a lot. So maybe we'll try that. Who knows? If they give them to me again. We have pieces of Bandos and Zamorak's War Priest set. But we don't have any Armadillo. So we probably want to try and get one of those as well. Maybe we'll spend a little time down in the God Wars dungeon doing that. I think the two-handed weapons need better abilities. I think that the two-handers serve a function that isn't really leaned into in this game. There aren't very many places where you're going to get a lot of AoE or AoE-able melee enemies. I think God Wars Dungeon is an exception, but in my experience so far, it's pretty difficult to get the full value out of two-handers when grinding, you know, just regular mobs. Because either you get like some ranged mobs and stuff, they can really put a damper on what you're trying to do, or you get, you know, just one mob at a time because they're spread out too much. And a lot of times even aggressive mobs will only aggro to you one at a time. And so if you've already got one aggroed, they become like neutral. And so I don't know. It's a little awkward to me. It doesn't really work right. But I don't think that's a problem with the skills. I think that's just the way the game has kind of been structured. And the way the enemies have been structured. And so some of the value that you feel like you should be getting from the two-hander isn't there. Hey, there's the change. So let's get our gem out. And let's get a new assignment. Bullshit, dude. This is why I probably thought before that it matters when you kill them and not when you get the new, or when the day switches. Because this has happened to me before, where it's a new day, but I can't get a new assignment because there's something like holding it back. But let's actually see about maybe going and killing some armadillo stuff. Oh, is that what I have to do? I have to log out. Let's try that. Let's put y'all on the Be Back Soon screen just for a second here while I quickly log out and then log back in. Boop. Hey, would you look at that? Oh, and it wants me to kill the big dude 28 times. Okay, let's go see if we can get a demon. Let's see. RS3 Demon Slayer task. The Raptor or Laniaca requires 85. Okay. Where is the Raptor? Is in Fort 4 and 3. Oh, so I don't have the ability to do that yet. Hey, what's up, Boyd? Yeah, okay. So I would have to get this built before I could access the Raptor. So let's go over here and take a look. Guardhouse, Grove Cabin, Ranger's Workroom. Surely it's the Ranger's Workroom, right? Or I suppose it could be the guardhouse. Okay, well, we've got a bunch of quests and stuff to do to be able to do that. Nice. Congratulations, Slate. You done good. Yeah, have a good night. Enjoy your rest. Alright, 12 willow frames, 6 stone wall fragments, 10 oak frames, 6 stone wall fragments. Let's trade this dude. Let's max out my fragments. Can I not purchase these as noted? That's annoying. Boat quests are a grind to get through, but well worth the effort. Yeah, I mean, it seems like that to me so far. There are a lot of quests that seem to be that way. Your progress seems to really be dictated by the quests that you've done. And none of the quests are really very difficult. Maybe that's the reason that I dislike them, because I don't feel like they challenge my character at all. They're just kind of these things that I have to do that just create a time barrier to other stuff. I don't know. I really enjoyed the quests when I first started, But they are really starting to get on my nerves. And it's not that I don't enjoy something that's a little grindy. I mean, I'll spend hours killing the flesh hatcher or, you know, doing whatever. There's just something specifically about having this barrier that feels like the only value that it has is being a barrier, right? I'm not going to get anything from it. I'm not going to get any drops. I'm not going to, you know, have any sort of experience with, you know, mechanics in the game or anything. I don't know. There's something off about quests in this game. And they are just becoming a hindrance. I still don't understand why I can't put my wood spirits into my box. Whatever. Alright, so to make the chapel, we need oak frames. To make that one, we need willow frames. A frame is 7 logs. So, whatever, we'll just fill them both up. That's fine. This will be our first time chopping down the new oak trees. You know, actually, I think I understand now why quests annoy me so much and why I enjoyed them so much early on. Is because early on in my gameplay, I tended to pick out quests and go and do them intentionally. And so they were fun because they were the goal. And as I've gotten more into the game, my goal has shifted a little bit towards, like fighting certain bosses or, being able to do certain skilling activities. And so when I decide I want to do one of those other things, I then find out that in order to do those other things, I need to complete a quest or something. And so they're getting in the way of whatever my goal is. I think that's my problem. Because even like this, like I don't mind hacking down trees and stuff. But because this is in the process of getting to something else that I wanted to do, right? Because I want to do my Reaper thing right now. And so this is my goal, is I wanted to get the Demon Slayer task so that I could go do this Reaper task and like double dip. And now I'm not able to do that. But if I can adjust my perception of that a little bit, then maybe I'll have a less negative view of those things. Because I used to, like I said, when I first started playing, I used to get distracted a lot from my goals and end up enjoying those distractions. I don't know why I've stopped enjoying those distractions. But if we can get back to being happy just running around doing whatever it is we're doing, then we should be good. I don't know, maybe it's too many distractions. The distractions started to get overwhelming. I don't know. But we're going to make this 4, 4, and 3 thing. And we're going to start moving forward with it a little bit. I think it said unwelcome guest. No, maybe dead and buried. I don't know. It'll take us a little while to get through some of these quests and build all the structures I need. But I want to get Raptor so that we can Alright, that's a full box there. Now we just need to go get some willows. Which, if we come down here by Taverley, I know where some willows are. We'll go get filled up on those. Oh, the willows look way different now. Holy cow, this whole little area looks way different. Like, way, way different. Holy shit. That's cool. I actually really like the way this looks. Much more in line with the more modern parts of the game. There aren't a lot of places in this game that I've spent a ton of time with, and so there aren't very many changes that they've made that are extremely stark to me. I'm sure those of you who've been playing for a really long time, you know, you come back to some of these early game places that maybe you've created, you know, 5 or 6 characters in these early areas, and or even more, you know, 10 or 15 characters. And so you come into some of these early areas you've spent a couple thousand hours in, and some of the changes are pretty stark. But I haven't spent that much time really paying attention to what a lot of the areas look like. But I was coming here for a while, specifically to gather up willow and then burn the logs for my fire making. And so I got really, really familiar specifically with this little area right here between this wall and these willow trees. And so the difference just in this tiny little area is really, really massive from my perspective. Varick Sewers is so crazy now from how I remember it when I was younger. See, I haven't ever even been in Varick Sewers. So that's like completely outside the scope of my knowledge. But that's cool. And they'll start doing more and more of that to more and more areas. It makes me really wonder, I mean, Havenhithe is going to be super cool. Because, you know, you see that they're trying to give height to things. So this whole bush here used to be like 1 block high. Because the expectation was that you were going to look at it from above, right? Because this has always been kind of a top-down click to move, you know, since the early days. And so you didn't need to give things tons of height. In fact, giving things height could potentially be a problem because now you create more interference to your view. And so a lot of things in this game were built with that in mind. And they're starting to take a more third-person perspective, it seems like, as they build the environments, giving them, you know, taller walls and, you know, sort of getting in your way with stuff from a third-person perspective, as opposed to looking at everything from this top-down as they build it. Which is interesting. It honestly makes me wonder if we're building towards, or if we'll ever see an option for a third-person control scheme where, you know, maybe I could come down here behind my character and like move with WASD or something. Because the game is honestly getting to a point where that WASD movement wouldn't really feel that weird. And I might even enjoy being able to take that perspective. In fact, I almost definitely would enjoy that perspective. It would make things, well, I guess the tick system would actually prevent that. Yeah, no, the tick system definitely prevents that. Could you imagine trying to move around with WASD movement with a 0.6 second tick? Go to change your direction, have to wait 0.6 seconds. That'd be crazy. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom while I whack this tree. Alrighty. Wow. That tree got cut down super fast. That was ridiculous. I wonder if I have high enough wood cutting that I'll be able to put 120 willow in this box. I assume I do. I think willow was like level 40, maybe level 30. I don't know, I need to make the next tier of box pretty bad. And I really need to be able to fill my box with my wood types. Or my spirits. I'm getting pretty annoyed with not being able to put my spirits in my box. We need command center and chapel. And then we'll do this one, which doesn't have any extra. Dead and Buried also doesn't have any extra. Nice. Ancient Awakening doesn't have any extra. And then I've got to do the Grove Cabin and the Botanist Workbench. Oh, and I've got to get to Necromancy level 60. Did Fort 4 and 3 come out when Necromancy came out? Is that like a whole part of this whole thing? Ode of the Devourer came out in 2024. Chronologically, it came out shortly after, but it continues the Necro storyline. Okay. I didn't realize that the Gate of Elidness required you to get all the way through this story. That's crazy. Oh, wow. I did not realize that it was so recent. That's crazy. It's weird because to me, because I'm so new to the game, everything in this game feels like it's been out for about the same amount of time. So when I look at some of the newer content, I don't see new content necessarily. I see I don't know. I see everything kind of the same. Alright, we'll make planks. We're just gonna turn all of the planks and stuff, or the logs I have, into frames. Because we might as well. Since we're here. Guy near me with all stats under 70, most are around 50. He has a 15-year cape. I mean, some people play very infrequently, which I think is honestly a decent thing about this game, because most of the things that you do, and probably one of the biggest reasons to get rid of Dailyscape, is for players specifically like that. But everything that you do in this game doesn't really take a ton of time in the moment. I guess questing can be sort of the exception. There you go. Fuck. The exception to that would definitely be questing, because even short quests can take, an hour to get done. But most of the things that you do in this game can be accomplished in somewhere between 5 and 30 minutes, or can be broken into 5 to 30 minute chunks. And so if all you have is 5 to 30 minutes, a couple of times a week, and you want to make a nice, slow, steady progress, I think that's totally reasonable. There are also people who are coming back after really long absences that, are coming back to their original accounts and getting, 15, 20-year capes. And then being on their old accounts. I can't tell you, I get on the Reddit a lot and lurk around, and I can't tell you how many posts I've seen since Treasure Hunter has ended of people saying, I just came back to the game, I don't really know what to do, should I get into PVM or what's the deal? And then they show a picture of their stats, and they've got like all 99s in their combat stats. And they're like, don't know where I should start. Like, dude, you're maxed the fuck out. What are you talking about? Should I start PVM? Like, you've never killed a boss before? Start killing bosses in level 50. But I don't really know how the game was different back in the day. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Is running that from 99 to 120. It honestly almost makes me a little sad that there are some people who are just going to be 120 in February, because, you get to get more XP, more levels than you normally would in this game. And it kind of makes me a little sad. Plank. Refined oak planks. Flesh Hatcher is a crazy update, same with the new ones. Crazy good entry to mid-game bosses. Cool to see even from the top end of the spectrum. Absolutely, Fabwood. So the thing that's most important to me about those is making those early game bosses is actually still potentially interesting for your higher tier players. Now, your higher tier players have to be willing to go out of their way. Do I not have enough wood for these? No way. But your higher tier players have to be willing to go out of their way to specifically nerf themselves so that they can play that other content at a lower tier. But for example, the Flesh Hatcher can absolutely be killed naked with no equipment on. And so when you get new bosses like that, I think if those of us who are in a higher level than the content, you know, you've got your required level or suggested level or whatever on the bosses. So I think if you nerf yourself down to that tier, right? Don't kill the Flesh Hatcher for your first kill with your best gear. Bring yourself down to, you know, level 60 or 70 gear, and then go fight them. Because I think you'll just end up with a better experience that way. And then, you know, absolutely, once you get that done a couple of times, go murk the shit out of them. Because that'll be fun. But I think we can glean a lot of value from just taking on the bosses at the tier we're supposed to. Which means that making new bosses at lower tier is good. Hope the next low-level boss drops herbs. I mean, it's possible, right? We got that giant, and we've got the Dreadhog are the two next low-level bosses. I don't think the hog will drop herbs, but maybe. And the giant could be like a druid and could drop some herbs, so maybe. We'll see. I'm excited to see their drop tables and their logs. I'm really excited to get the Dreadhog pet. That thing looks cute as fuck. I'd love to get a little mini version of that thing. I'm really excited for Havenheith. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm stoked to get to play some content that nobody else has played yet with everybody else. There's going to be so many people running around those zones, killing everything, fighting all the stuff, doing all the quests. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. Next month, we get the combat update. I really can't wait for that. So many good things coming. So many good things. Free rune metrics. I really can't wait to be able to access the rune metrics. That's going to be really fun. Oh, it's like totally down now. What's a Dreadhog? It's actually not called the Dreadhog. That's just like its nickname. I forget what it's actually called, but it's one of the new bosses that's coming in March. Yeah, with the first portion of the Havenite update. So it's like it's a hedgehog, but it's like a corrupted hedgehog. It's got all these boils and shit on it. You gotta look. Night Studios, they had their YouTube video. I think the YouTube video is better than the live stream was as far as information. The live stream was stretched out and had a lot of repeated info and just people giving like their impressions and opinions and stuff like that, as opposed to actual information. But the YouTube video had some good information. And then there's the blog post on the RuneScape 3 website. Man, it was really cool. Yeah, no, I've never watched RuneFest at all. I don't tend to like lives because they are very much that way. Especially when developers do live streams of, you know, content releases or like patch notes and stuff like that. They tend to be pretty awkward when they get on the camera, and so I don't really like watching it, but yeah, I saw that they were saying that they were going to get a bigger venue this year and have twice as many people be able to be there, which is cool. You know, depending on, you know, what goes on with this channel and stuff like that. If we end up making just a ton of RuneScape content for, you know, years and end up having a bigger channel, then that'll probably be something that I try to go to at some point. But yeah, no, Dreadhog's a super cool name. I really like it. Really like it. Alright, I don't think I have enough willow. I think I'm gonna have to go get more willow planks, which upsets me. Oh, we're only gonna be one willow frame short, aren't we? Yeah. Well, that's obnoxious. So flippin' obnoxious. But here we go. We'll go get some more willows. And then we'll do these 2 buildings. And then we'll do some quests. And then hopefully we'll get to where we can pick or get the Demon Slayer task. And then we'll go kill K-Rill a bunch of times. Because fuck that guy. Unfortunately, we are going to have to deal with the fact that it's going to take a really long time to get all these K-Rill kills. I can only get 4 or 5 per trip down there. And then you've got to kill 40 enemies every time to even get in. Which is really going to extend how difficult it is to do that. But that's fine. Might get something cool. I haven't really gotten anything. I haven't done a ton of kills on K-Rill yet. I think I've got like 25 or something. 22. But we've only gotten 2 pieces. We've got the Zamorak helm and the War Priest of Zamorak boots. So 4 more pieces to fill up that whole set. And then no, I'm not doing daily caches. I hate the daily caches because they happen at specific times, which means I have to interrupt whatever I'm doing to go do them. It is absolutely the worst design ever. Well, so it's not even dailies that are a problem. I don't mind things that I can do once a day. My problem is the things that have timers, right? Like the Wildy events are annoying. The Guthix caches are annoying. Things like having a limit, I don't know if there is, but if there was like a limit to how much I could harvest shooting stars or something like that. Doesn't really bother me because like I'll be running around and I'll see a shooting star. So if that was the way it was, right? If Guthix caches were like that, where maybe I'm like running around doing stuff and then I see a cache and then I can just jump in there and do it, then that's fine to me. And if there's a limit to how much of that I can do a day, that's also fine to me. But if it's something that only happens at a certain time, then that means that everything else that I'm doing has to be able to be done in between those windows. And so that drastically reduces all of my other options for gameplay. And that annoys me. Alright, we're going to note these. We're going to take all those out. We're going to take all those out. We're going to go to stone segments. Because apparently I have enough stone segments for these already. We're going to make ourselves a chapel. Because we're going to the chapel and we're gonna get married. But I'm perfectly fine with like my daily shop run to go get runes. I know a lot of people hate that, but I'm fine with it. My daily woad leaves for my farming, totally fine with that. I don't really have a problem with the Viswax system. Doesn't necessarily take me out of things. Can someone contact Jagex and ask I can have 1k more bank spaces? I got you, dude. Jagex totally listens to me. Let me just give him a call. Oh no, wait, that's right. They don't even know I exist. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm gonna need more bank spaces. I'm a little bit of a hoarder. I like my stuffs. For every item in game, we should have one bank space. I agree. I really, really agree. There is no reason, in my opinion, that if you pay for a membership, that there should be a decision point for you. Heck, I don't even think that the free-to-play players should have to make a decision as to whether or not they keep something. Because that's just so central to MMO games, right? Is that permanent progression and that keeping of all of your stuff, that accumulation is a big part of MMOs, and it's especially a huge part of this MMO. So when you're being told to accumulate and then you're being limited on that accumulation, it can definitely feel bad. As an Iron Man, don't want to chuck something that I need. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, for example, I got rid of a bunch of random picks. Or are these protean logs that somebody was using to level up their fire making? Because I'm not seeing any ashes drop. Anyway, but I got rid of some picks the other day. And it was because, you know, I didn't really need them. They were old, they were lower tier. But if I didn't have to worry about bank space, then I could have kept those to break down for invention parts when I eventually got there. And, I mean, granted, I didn't have to get rid of them. But there have been a number of things that I've gotten rid of to make bank space that could have potentially had even just a very limited value in that way. Paul Dude Man. What's up, Dude Man? I turn my back and you start doing construction, get that 99 attack. Yeah, but fuck that. I don't want to do that, Dean. That's one of those make things worse and then sell the solution things that irks me. Ooh, I can burn herbs at the chapel. What is this? Yeah, that's one of those things that really irks me, though, and that I will never again support. Because I did buy bank tabs and stuff in Path of Exile with real money when that game first came out. And then they kept making all these new types of currencies and then selling new bank tabs for those types of currencies for years and years. And I mean, it basically just created a subscription system where every league, you know, you paid your $5 or your $10 or whatever to get your new bank tab. But you really couldn't play the game without those bank tabs. And so I would have just preferred, you know, a $5 subscription or something. And then just give people the bank tab. Don't give people this hope that they might be able to play without it. And then just make the game super shitty to deal with. Because that's going to drive people away, right? Because they're having this shitty experience with the game. They're not going to want to upgrade to the premium or whatever to get the tab that they need. And so I feel the same way about... I don't like any of those quote-unquote convenience systems where, you know, you get extra bank space or you get extra inventory space or, you know, you get extra movement speed or all kinds of things like that, because they tend to lead to companies creating small problems with their games that are solved by those things that you can buy. And sometimes it doesn't even seem like they're trying to create a problem to sell a solution. But if you look at how many, for example, herb lore, right? How many different herbs are there? And so if you limit my bank space and then you create new things like summoning, requires a lot of different items. Archaeology requires a lot of different items. Divination creates and uses a lot of different items. I don't really know about invention, but it seems like there's probably a lot of different items in there. So a lot of their newer skills have lots and lots of items associated with them on top of a limited bank space, which sort of makes it feel like, hey, we've created this problem to sell you a solution. They should just make a herb bag like wood spirits and stone spirits, that you can leave in the bank. I mean, they should just, if you're going to add, 50 items or 100 different items to the game when you make a new skill, then just give everybody 100 bank spaces. Like, that's not... It's like you said, there should just be a bank space for every item in the game. Right? They stack already in the bank, so I don't need multiple spaces. Just give me a space for everything. Right, but it's not just materials. You get all those things that you need to, like, fix or whatever, and they start creating a lot of, and taking up a lot of spaces. So if you don't constantly fix them and turn them in, then they start to take up a lot of your space. And there's a lot of them. But it starts to feel, and whether it was intentional or not, right? The design team that was making archaeology may not have even considered the impact on your bank of all of the items they were adding, right? That might have been completely made in a vacuum and nobody ever even considered it. But it has an indirect impact of making people feel like you're trying to force them to spend more money on bank spaces. Whether that was your intention or not is irrelevant, because that's what it feels like. Getting 120 arch, being able to clear out my bank, what a feeling, right? Yeah, it's just kind of crazy. So sorry, we were kind of in the middle of a conversation there, William. But the reason we started doing construction is because we want to get the raptor dude over here so that we can get the demon slayer task, so that while we kill Buck Knuckles over here, Krill, we can do the demon slayer task and just start double dipping on our XP. And so we had to do a little construction so that we could do this quest right here. Let's go to the bank chest here. Let's put these away. Let's get my infernal box out. Nice. And then let's get started. Your Grace, we have received an urgent request from the king. Actually, I wasn't able to use the restroom earlier because it was occupied. So I need to actually go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Whoops. Normally I'm better about hitting my mute button before I get up and make a bunch of noise. Sorry about that. Alrighty. If the request is from King Rold, it must be important. Indeed it is. Alas, I must warn you, the nature of this request may be distressing. What is it? King Rold requests we host a banquet at Fort 4 and 3 to commemorate your appointment as Duke. The royal family will be in attendance, as well as select members of the nobility. That doesn't sound particularly distressing. Pardon me, Your Grace, but have you met the other dukes and duchesses in Miss the Lane nobility? The Queen, for that matter. Why do we need to throw a dinner party for the king again? It is customary for all newly appointed nobles of your station to do so. Still, the political machinations of the nobility are not a matter to be taken lightly. Be prepared for backstabbing, betrayal, underhanded deals, and a plethora of sarcastic jabs and passive-aggressive remarks. Oh, fun. I can't deny the appeal. The thrill of political intrigue, seduction, ambition, and scandal does pique my interest. It's the backdrop of volumes 12 through 17 of Murder in Arduin, the best mystery series in Gillinor, I'll have you know. Hopefully, our soiree involves less bloodshed than the one in volume 14. Okay. With your leadership, I'm confident it shall. There are several preparations that must be made in order for us to accommodate a banquet of this magnitude. We will need to construct a kitchen in the fort, recruit a building manager, and gather supplies. Speak with Bill. I believe he has plans for a kitchen extension to the town hall. I shall look into recruiting a building manager for the new kitchen and direct our staff to gather produce from the local area. I'll speak with Bill then. He should be in the workshop as usual. Cool. So we're just gonna make more stuff. Got it. Make more stuff, aye. Must have to talk to Bill. Talk about murder on the border. Hey there, mate. I mean, Your Grace. Astor told me we need to host a party for some bigwigs coming over from the capital. Several of the kingdom's nobility will be attending, apparently, as well as the king and queen themselves. Blimey. It'll take quite the kitchen to cook a feast worthy of that lot. Luckily, I've been drawing up some blueprints for a kitchen extension to the town hall. This should be just what we need. Take a look at the table and see what you think. Thanks, Bill. Bill Nye the Science Guy. 12 more willow frames. Ain't that special? All right. I guess we're back to chopping down willow fucking logs. Y'all only thought we were done. It confuses me why I needed the chapel to throw a party. Why did it make me do that? I don't understand. Karis Shade. Aw, I can't see your skills, Karis. Porque why? It's more than a feeling when I hear that old song they used to play, and I may be dreaming. Well, that was interesting. Hey, random woodcutting level. That feels good. One more level, and I can cut down mahogany. I'll have to make me a mahogany dining table. Sounds bougie, right? Look here, William. You can go fuck right off. I will pass whatever kind of levels I goddamn well please. And there's not anything that you can do about it. You can judge me about it. That's fine, I guess. If you want to be judgy, then that's fine. But I say, let he who is free from being distracted throw the first stone. You can't tell me that you've ever had a goal in mind and not gotten a little bit distracted from time to time and gotten some other levels in the process. Right? The whole point of RuneScape is to get you distracted. I got time. I only need 3.3 million XP. It's no big deal, dude. Yeah, have a good night, Dean. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. We will see you again soon. Trying to grind 100 Vorkath kills. How long does it take per kill? Whack the tree. Whack the tree. Apparently, I can get more than 120 of a single wood. Holy crap. I can put 150 wood in my box? That's crazy. I thought it was only 120, like ore. Back in bonkers. Well, that's super, super inappropriate. Also, something you never would hear. Like, the physics of that is literally impossible. I think I would like to opt out of this conversation. Wrong place. let's get back to it. Make more. Oh my goodness. This person got this pet drop at 43 million XP. Gross. I hope that doesn't happen to me. I need my pet drops. I need them. Although I still haven't gotten any of the skill pets yet. What am I up to? 33 million total XP? I'm worried. What's gonna happen? You have 200 million in 3 skills with no pet? That is booty cheeks, Scythic. Absolute booty cheeks. How do you live like this? It's just not worth it. Alright, we gotta make some stone things here. We use the bricks to make the wall sections. Boom. That's where it breaks and starts giving you better drop rates, right, Scythic? Is 200 million XP. Uh-oh. Nobody tell William that I got a construction level. He'll come yell at me again. Drop chance goes up as you level, but yeah, I think it caps at 200 million. Okay. Alrighty, let's get my willow. And let's get the stone sections. And then we should be able to make our next little thing here. Which is the kitchen, right? Yeah, kitchen tier 1. Start. Yo, my 4 and 3 has like all of its little buildings almost. A cabbage dummy? What? This game is so weird. What in the holy shiznit is a cabbage dummy? Hey yo, Mr. America, what's up? Thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. Welcome all. How was the fishing today? Oh, Minecraft and RuneScape. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, how was the RuneScape today then? Maybe I'm getting all your luck, Mr. America. Because I get all the drops, all the time. Just drowning in drops. Knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. But on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. Soul Gazer charm. I don't know what that is. That's not from the Flesh Hatcher, right? Nope, Stalker charm. For the Soul Gazer pet. Yeah, I don't know who most of these people are. The Soul Gazer. Okay. So I made the kitchen. Now I go talk to Aster. We're doing some Fort 4 and 3 quests right now, so that we can get the Raptor dude, so that I can get the Demon quest, the Demon Slayer task, so that we can kill K-Rail here and do our Reaper task. Meet you at the front gate. Alrighty. I don't think we're actually going to get to a point where we can do the Reaper task today, though. We might just have to give up, because we do have to kill the 40 enemies or whatever. The Royal Wine Taster. That's a job I could get behind right there. Somebody hook me up with some royals who need somebody to drink all their wine for them. I could totally do that. No problemo. Why does Bianca just look like Aster with a chef's hat on? I mean, I get that they're siblings, but still. That's right, you better get to work. Midas? Is he gonna turn my fort into gold? Introducing our final guest, Duchess Hyatt of Lumford. Alright. Time to go rub elbows with the royalty. What am I supposed to be doing? Need to mingle with my guests. Well, isn't that exciting? The Duke. All ready? The dog went running into the kitchen. All right. Ascend. Sure, let's talk to Bianca. All ready? Now we go talk to Aster. How's the banquet coming? Sweet. Why is everybody so mean to me? Ah! Perhaps your people deserve better than you, jackass. The audacity. Amazing. Wow. These people are thoroughly uninteresting. Pretty sure he's dying. Haha. Lock down the fort. Tripped and fell into the cremator. I mean, Rodney, if you've got all kinds of husbands dying in weird ways, like tripping into cremators, you're gonna have to expect a certain amount of suspicion. Let's get back to the quest that we're doing here. Need to talk to Aster. I mean, why can't Aster just be the one in charge of figuring out who killed this dude? Oh, is this another one of those? God damn it. It is another one of those. Where they give me a ridiculous ass journal and then tell me to go wander around gathering clues. I really don't like these kinds of quests. Well, I figure he probably did deserve this. Okay, no clues there. Let's check the Duke's meal. No. Okay. There's a dagger. Amon-Ra. Isn't that an Egyptian god? Did I finally find one of the clues? Nope. Hey, what's up, Chris? How are you? I'm doing good. We're trying to just get some of these quests done. For 4, 4, and 3. But honestly, really, I find a knife and it doesn't count as a clue. So, if I pull out the hollyhock, okay, so we go to the supply cupboard, and we take all of these, and then we go over here, doing good, just been in the hospital due to being attacked by a pit bull, and he tore up your arm. What the fuck? Okay. Do I need... It doesn't seem like I can get into my bank. So I can't, like, pull out vials or anything. So how am I supposed to... Are you at least getting better, Chris? Is everything gonna be all right? Yeah, this quest is annoying me already. I don't really think I want to do it. I think we're just gonna go kill K. Rool. All the times that I need to kill him. Instead of worrying about this goofy ass quest. Let's get piece of Zamorak boots. And then let's get the infernal box. Now I think previously I had been using my defender when doing this boss. But let's try... Oh no, I did try the first time without the defender. That's right. So let's go ahead and keep using the defender. And then let's fill this bad boy up on food. And then let's go do our Reaper task. I could have sworn I saw something about a key piece. I did. I don't know. Okay, I feel like we need to investigate this. What is the frozen key? Used to open the frozen door in the God Wars dungeon. Behind the door is the ancient prison, containing Zaros' followers and their leader Nex. The key is combined from 4 parts, each one dropped by a combatant of the other 4 gods. Okay. Dope, dope. Hopefully it won't take too long. To get these 40 enemy kills. That is a lot of enemies to have to kill to be able to go fight this boss 4 or 5 times though. Is going to be fairly cumbersome. Probably gonna have to come through here 6 or 7 times. Honestly, I guess maybe as many as 8 times. I wonder if it'd just be faster to go look for imps. Because I've got those 3 imps right there. If there are more this way. Doesn't really seem like there's probably enough. Yo, that was a leap right there. And damn. Don't really think it was worth it though. Because I don't think there are enough imps. So we'll probably just have to go ahead and kill everything else. Like the go rack. Go rack. Ooh, what's a ring of life? Doesn't look like it has any stats or anything. Ring of life. Automatically teleport the wearer to their chosen respawn point. They have 10% of their life points remaining. Nope, don't really need that. How did I end up accidentally fighting that dude? That's bad. I can't even hurt that dude. Alright, so... Oh, I didn't bring my crap. Oh no, never mind. I'm using my defender. I was like, how am I going to use rejuvenate? But it's fine. Although I did just waste my rejuvenate. That kind of sucks. So now I'm going to have to wait 5 more minutes. Which will mean I won't get to use it as early as I'd like. On the bus. Although I am considering maybe running Overwhelm or Overpower, because I will get to maximum adrenaline fairly often. So I think maybe burning that adrenaline for some extra damage might be a good idea. All right. We're gonna make our own little private encounter here. And I think if I stand right here, I don't move. Yeah. Please attack. All right. Oh, that's right. I get poisoned. Fuck. Totally forgot about that. That's gonna end up chewing through my resources a lot. That is too bad. Wow, I got shit for drops. I honestly can't believe I forgot about the poison thing. I'm only gonna get to kill this boss twice. Notoriously okay. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Not sure why it didn't go off. But welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Hey, there it is. So one of my sets of notifications is just much, much faster than the other one. I get it now. There is definitely something here, maybe, to not worrying about killing the little dudes. And maybe just worrying about killing the big dude. And putting it on, like, the fastest respawn. And then just killing the main guy on repeat. Because these little guys periodically drop foods, that might not end up being the best plan, but I think probably we can get one more kill in. We've got 5 foods, well, 4 foods, and I can kill this guy without needing an eat if I don't get poisoned. So with the poison, the 4 eats might be enough to get me through the boss. And then I'll just teleport out. Here's hoping. If we only get poisoned one time, it'll probably be okay. Alright, there's our poison. We lasted a really long time with it, or without it, so that's nice. Boss only has about half of his hit points. We still got a couple of eats here. I think we're probably gonna make it. Hey, and that's 25 kills on that guy. We've got 25 to go, so we're gonna make it. To 50. We're gonna bring some anti-poison mixes. We'll bring 3. because these don't drain adrenaline. And they give me plenty of time, so I'll drink an anti-poison every fight and just not even worry. We might just bring some swordfish too. I've got a ton of those. And then I guess let's go ahead and just kill this poison so I don't have to stand around waiting. Bradley, what's up? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to finishing that yet because the quests in this game are obnoxious. So I got myself as far as I needed to get to be able to keep my adrenaline so I could boss a little more effectively. But yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Yeah, I did not believe when I first started playing, whoops, what everybody was saying about quests being sort of one of the most obnoxious parts of this game. Because I had so much fun with some of the first quests that I did. And so I was like, no, quests are going to be totally fun. I'm going to totally beat all the quests. And I was wrong. I am now just in a constant state of annoyed every time I try and do a quest. But we'll get there eventually. We're a little more than a quarter of the way there, as far as quest points are concerned. I really should go to the wiki or somewhere and find like a mandatory quest list and go through and just do those so that I can at least unlock all the content and stuff, because there are a lot of quests in this game that don't really impact unlocking things and stuff like that. Who that is? Oh, they went in there. But we'll see. See if we can't find something or if there's a good resource out there. And then we'll just get our cheat on. Heck, we might even go download Alt 1 and get the quest helper. I'm kind of at that point. Even if I don't, like, do it on stream or something, just so I can get them done. Get the quest helper going. It feels bad to do something like that, instead of just figuring it out and doing it on my own. But gotta keep my eyes open too. I might get another piece of Zamorak gear down here. And I really, really want to get my 6-piece Zamorak set for my hybrid instead of the 6-piece Tuskas. I feel like that'll be way better. Fucking necro nerds, man. If necro is your primary combat skill, you're a nerd. In case you didn't know. Yo, what's up, Fairbury? Krill's going okay. Going okay. Could be better. But it could also be way worse. So, it's fine. I like the mechanic of Krill. Coming in here, killing these enemies, then going in and trying to kill him as many times as possible. Because that really jives with my own personal desire for my playstyle, which is to try and reduce and limit my resource consumption as much as possible. And so, like, I'm getting rewarded for doing that by not having to re-kill those 40 enemies over and over again. I think that's really fun. What I would like to do is maybe, well, I guess I still have hard mode to look after. So we'll have that later on. But I really want to use my prayers, because he's got that cool attack or whatever when you prayer him. And I think if I was able to generate prayer on a pretty permanent basis and maybe block that attack. Actually, we should try doing that again. And then instead of that prayer, we'll go for just the magic defense prayer. Because that'll help us out a little bit. There we go. But I can block that ability. With my resonance. And I think it's actually pretty easy to do. Last time it didn't give me any health, but I only did it the one time. So I am going to want to see maybe if I can get some additional HP out of that. Because if I could heal off of that big ass slam, then I could probably permanently kill this enemy without needing to go back to War's Retreat. Well, so it's supposed to negate it and heal you. Channel power into your shield and block an attack. Block the next attack, heal for 50 to 100% of the damage blocked. Powerful attacks will have their damage blocked, but will not. Oh! Okay. So this one, specific powerful attacks will have their damage blocked, but will not heal you. So there is like a class of abilities that do not heal. Okay. See, I was unaware. We'll just put that right back up there then. Well, I mean, and so that's great because it allows me to use prayers in here and then, you know, straight up block the big damage attacks from prayers or from the prayer slam, which is cool. But I don't think it's going to have a very big impact on my ability to stick around longer. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Maybe we could mitigate some small amount of damage. But it doesn't seem all that valuable. Alright. Eat a shitload of foods. Damn, shitload of foods. That cost me way more food than I wanted it to. I think I can actually take that off. Yeah, that's really too bad. I really wish that I could heal off of that slam from Krill. I mean, I guess technically bringing in the prayers and then blocking the slam would ultimately increase the number of times I could win this fight in one inventory worth of food, but I don't even know if it's worth it to put all that effort in. I'm trying not to eat food while I'm fighting because I don't want to waste the adrenaline, because I can conserve the adrenaline and then eat later. And now, even though I've got adrenaline and even though eating costs adrenaline, it's not going to cost me any. Nice. We should get a couple more kills out of this at least, before old Dick Nose takes us down too far. At least 2, maybe 3. Depends on how many... Whoops. How many more food we get from the fights. We do also have the option of going full resource consumption on this and setting up with some necro runes and using up a bunch of necro runes. Whoops. But I don't know that that's really worth it either. Man, I'm getting pummeled this time. Goodness. This is what happens, though, is you get into a position where you're taking too much damage and then you can't build up the adrenaline for the thresholds to do more damage and to resist damage. And so you just end up eating food through all of the attacks. It's really troublesome. Man, I'm getting dookie right now. That's twice that all I've gotten from the boss is lantidine seeds and an infernal ashes. This boss is doo-doo when it comes to resource drops. God, I'm only gonna get 3 kills here too. What happened? Yesterday I was rocking like 5. That sucks. I mean, I guess we could have done another one because we had Rejuvenate available. But still. So the other option here is prayers only trigger that big slam if they're the protection prayers, it seems like. So we do have another option there to try and just use some of our higher damage prayers. And yeah, we'll take the extra 100 HP there. So we can set it up. We can go ahead into our prayer here. Into our preset. We can go down to melee. Take the magic defense off of it. Oh, can we take summons down in there? We should maybe see about that then. I'm running out of health before I'm running out of inventory space. So I'm more thinking something like the Minotaur. I don't know if I can stun Ariel. I'm not 100% sure he's stun immune. There was a boss I was fighting just the other day that wasn't stun immune, and I was surprised. Let's see. So we want to break out the Minotaur. We want to break out the Minotaur attacks. And then we'll go ahead and summon him. Oh yeah, I can definitely bring it because I've got my pet. Okay, we'll summon the Minotaur. We'll use those on the Iron Minotaur. And then we'll put all these back. And we'll refill up on fish. And then we'll go to the auto use. And we will auto fire these scrolls. Let's see. .8 second cooldown. Let's do it every 3 attacks to get started. Just for grins. You can even draw stick figures as your thumbnails, make them fun and interesting to you. Hey, what's up, Christocha? An artist, I am not. When I was talking about thumbnails on the thumbnail today, I don't ever know what to title the stream or whatever. It's like I'm just fucking playing video games. There's not really, I don't know. I feel like it creates an expectation that sometimes I don't follow through on. I really like that bong. 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 I like having that audio cue so that I know. Oh, that's every attack from them, not just the stun attacks. Okay. Nice. I'm getting pretty happy about that guy, though. I mean, he doesn't hit real hard, but whatever. A little damage is a little damage. A little stun is a little stun. He's not showing, when I hover him right here, he's not showing stun immune. So maybe the boss isn't stun immune. Pretty hopeful. Yeah, so I do know that he has a big slam attack if you use a protection prayer while you're in there. But, that slam attack is only, as far as I can tell, if you're using a protection prayer. And does not happen if you just use, like, attack prayers. So I am actually going to go in there and use his little prayer thing, because he's got a prayer altar. And I am going to fill up, and I've got my prayers here that are just all of my damage prayers. And I am going to go ahead and use those. We're gonna do whatever little things we can to try and slightly improve the number of times I can kill this boss with each entry. What I really wish I could do is use a hellhound pet. Get the hellhound to absorb a chunk of my damage. But we don't have the ability to get those right now. Oh, there we go. We were right. So we're gonna keep these switched while we're out here fighting the minions, and then we gotta switch them back when we go to fight the boss. Because we don't want to use up our big heal against the minions, and then go into the boss and have to like wait a whole fight before we get our heal off. Oh, my summon took some damage. No, stop trying to kill my Minotaur. It's my Minotaur. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum. All right. Let's get back in there and try and get a couple more kills. We're gonna go back into the private encounter. We're gonna join up in there. Gonna put our boots on. Maybe go hit our prayer here. Do we have time to do it? Nope. And we're gonna swap those. Okay, the boss is stun and poison immune, unfortunately, so that's not really gonna help at all to have this little minotaur dude. We'll need to bring in like a vampire bat or something like that instead, and have it just back-to-back casting its lifesteal. This guy's a jerk face. I mean, I guess technically this dude still does some damage, but damn, only gold and ashes from the boss? That sucks. Damn, I'm getting screwed. Nothing but gold and ashes. Okay. He'll pop up again. We'll start fighting him. Pop our potion. Pop our prayers. So we've got all of our melee prayers. So hopefully we'll do a little extra damage. Hopefully that'll mean we get through this fight with a little less resource use. We use a big attack, we eat a food. Whenever we use our ultimate ability, I always like to, whoa, he did just hit me with this slam. Okay, so it's not just when you use protection prayers. It's when you use any prayer. He just didn't do it the first time. Well, that was unfortunate. We are going to lose a lot of food because of that. Well, so the first time we ever fought this boss, we put on our damaging prayers, but not our protection prayer. And then he never did the slam. So it seemed like it was only protection prayers that triggered his attack. And so I thought we were going to be able to get away with it. But so here's the thing that I'm thinking now is if I can get on point with my prayer flicking. And instead of flicking for defense, instead we flick for attack. And just take whatever bonus defense we might get out of that. But just flick on our attack prayers. Like every time we do an attack, every 1.8 seconds. Yeah, you can also straight up block that attack. So if you put your resonance on your actual manual bar, you can resonance that attack. You won't get healed off of it, but it does block it. So, I mean, I still think that having prayers is better than not having prayers. Because if you can stop that entire attack, then it doesn't really hurt to have your prayer active. You just have to be paying close enough attention. And he says... he's got a voice line or whatever that pops up above his head right before he does it. Well, actually, it's a while before. So you, like, have a good chance of being able to trigger. Oh, nope, there it was. Yeah, I'm probably not even going to survive this. I think when he says attack, he's getting ready for it. And then he says yar when he does it. Or it might be possible, if he says attack, I wonder if maybe turning off my prayers will stop him from doing the slam. So is that like your indication? Like, hey, he's gonna do it if you don't turn it off. And then like you can turn it off to avoid the slam maybe? We're gonna check that as well. Got a couple of things we want to look at. I want to break free. Break free. Alright, fill up on food, go down here. Oh, we need a different... summon. Restores reduced stats, cures poison, damages me for 100 life points. That could be interesting. I've got 42 vampire bat attacks. Do I have the ability to make any more vampire? Nope. Bummer. Do I have any better combat pets? Loaded Leech, Magpie, Pyre Lord. Can be used as a tinderbox for fire making purposes. Gives an additional 10 fire making XP per log. Smelts a gold bar into an item of jewelry without the need of a furnace. It's a good gear to buy for melee. I have Elder Rune armor and swords. I am currently not that high a level. So I could wear Elder right now, I believe. But I'm not, because I don't have the smithing level to make that. So I've never had a character with this high of attack before. So I don't have really any idea. I don't really have any very good don't really have very many very good things there. So I guess we'll go back without. And then we'll try a couple of things when we fight the boss to try and stop him from beating our ass. I actually have quite a bit of hope for turning off the prayers before he attacks with that attack. I think it might work. Should be fairly entertaining, at the very least. Ooh, K-Real? Yeah, K-Real is hurty. I mean, anytime you fight a boss at their intended level, they're gonna get you. I mean, this guy's intended combat level is like 90 or something. 80. Yeah. So the expectation is to fight him with like level 75 gear. And Necro is just broken. Let's face it. Intimidation totem. What's the intimidation totem? Does Nex have some sort of resistance to Necro or something? Oh, allows you to skip the kill count. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's nice once you've been doing this for a while. I mean, you wouldn't want to just skip that straight away. You want to get, you know, at least your first couple hundred kills the hard way. Because I really do like this mechanic of setting up the boss. Because it feels really good when you can kill him a bunch of times without having to go back. Got it. I mean, Nex is, what, 120 tier? The expected 110. So, yeah. I mean, at level 90 equipment, you should be having a pretty hard time with Nex, I think. Especially, well, I guess you're using Necro, so you don't have, like, special gear sets to go after, but... yeah, I'd love to be able to do that. Azazel. I want a big-ass green dragon thing. As a pet. You got 3 tier 95 pieces, and the rest tier 90. Don't have the power one, I have the tank one. I mean, I think the tank ones are better. I like having the extra XP and or HP and shit. Muy importante. The only time I would use, like, power armor is if I was killing the boss that I was fighting so fast that I already wasn't using resources. Then I would kick on the power armor so I could kill him even faster and still not use resources. But if I'm using resources, I'll be in tank gear to mitigate that as much as possible. And then once you get to a point that you can just kill the shit out of them, switch over to power so you can do it faster. You need 1 billion gold? Gross. That's a tall order. Alright, you cheeky little shit. Let's get in here. We're gonna move this ability right down here. We're gonna swap our potions. We're gonna go right back into the rejoin. Damn it, I can't do that. So we gotta make a new encounter. Then we go in the big door. I wish that I could pray before the fight. Oh, I could. Nice. So what I'm waiting for now is for him to say attack, and then I'll turn off my prayers and see if that works. It does not. Okay. So that attack is extremely difficult to defend because you have the other 3 dudes attacking you. on top of him doing other attacks. So in order to get away with using the prayers, you sort of have to kill all the other enemies around first. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's really going to work out. Unfortunately. Also, welcome to the chat, Evil Peanut. How are you? And I think we'll just go ahead and put that right there. Let it auto cast. This boss is just a little too hectic, and that damage is a little too high for me to want to worry about using up my prayer while the boss is out. I think I'll totally be cool with it. Well, actually, another possible thing that could happen is it might be possible to run away from that attack. Like, he says attack and then he goes yar and does the attack. But if it's a melee ability, if I like ran away from him for a little while, would it maybe allow me probably. I haven't tried. I also don't know if I have all of the requirements for the art placer. Oh, there are no requirements. Yeah, I haven't done them yet, but I'm sure I could. Oh, damn. Unfortunately, I play Iron, so I don't get any money when I get cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm really happy with, like, the Flesh Hatcher. I've killed the Flesh Hatcher a ton of times, and he's been really fun, because he's got, you know, an ad phase, and all the mechanics to dodge, and all that fun stuff. I don't think I can personally use the darkness ability yet. Nope. So far away. Well, that was weird. He did his big slammy attack, but I didn't have any prayers on. So it must just be if I have prayer points at all. So most of the time when I play Peanut, I specifically avoid doing things that require too many buttons. I'm pretty fond of the Revo bar, so I try and just do everything with the Revo bar. Not that I'm totally opposed to some gear switches and stuff, but I will definitely limit the amount of buttons I need to press. Just sort of as a general rule. Yeah, I mean, you don't have a choice, right? Your prayers have to be cast manually. Your special attacks have to be cast manually. Your food has to be eaten manually. So one of the things that I've been talking about a lot, and the thing I like the Revo bar so much about, is that, like, I really like using reactive abilities. Like, Resonance is extremely reactive. A lot of the special attacks I feel like could be pretty reactive. Hitting my AoE to get rid of the ad phase on the Flesh Hatcher is very reactive. Swapping weapon sets on a hybrid setup for things like Jad is extremely reactive. So I like all of those things. What I don't want to do is I don't want to deal with like these abilities down here for sure. Any of my basic abilities that are just adrenaline generators. Like, I definitely don't ever want to press these buttons. That feels bad. I don't want to press assault. I just want it to go off. I don't really want to press any of these other defensive, duration abilities. I don't want to be hitting my ultimate ability. I just want it to be happening. But some of these more reactive things, I think that's really fun because it elevates your eye line. And so instead of looking down here to make sure that I'm hitting all my cooldowns, I'm looking up here to see what the boss is doing, and then moving or using an evade skill or using my resonance or flicking a prayer or whatever it is. But I'm using visual context up here to decide on those things instead of watching timers down here. And so I'm totally down for that reactive stuff. I think it's a lot of fun. I think flicking prayers is probably the most fun ever. Yeah, I'll definitely also never ever look that up on the wiki. Because I think this is a really fun part of the game, is tweaking my Revo bar for certain things that I'm doing instead of just looking it up and copy pasting. Because the people who made those optimum revo bars are not necessarily trying to play the game in the same way that I am. Right? It's optimum for their play style, but it's not necessarily optimum for mine. So I won't ever do that. Not that I think that people shouldn't. If you don't play a bajillion hours a day like me, and you don't have the time to do the tweaking, and you don't want to deal with the frustration of failing, and stuff like that, then 100%. I'm not saying it's like, oh, people who copy-paste revo bars are terrible at the game. It's just not for me. Because I play like 10 hours a day, so... Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't think it's lazy to enjoy the game however you want to enjoy the game. Right? If there's stuff you don't want to do, don't do it. Nothing makes you want to stop playing a game faster than having to do things that you're not enjoying. Yeah, exactly. If I had to learn to hit all of these buttons, yeah, I definitely wouldn't play. I mean, I got arthritis. There's no way. I'm not. And I've only got 2 bars, right? I want to try and limit myself just as a personal challenge. I want to have 1 manual bar and 1 revo bar. And I don't ever want more action bars than that. And even that's kind of too many. 14 manual buttons is excessive. So I don't need to have 16 EOFs that I'm swapping out to do 16 different attacks and fucking 5 bars worth of stuff on here, managing 50 cooldowns. Just no. Absolutely not. Yeah. No, me either. And, I mean, again, if you're one of those super good PVMers, and that's like your whole thing, and you can do all that stuff, then cool. Full best in slot necro right now, just camp revo. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And I also like that that's an option at any point, right? Like, I could go fight a really hard boss that requires much more activity from me. Or I could go fight an easier boss that I can just AFK. Because I can only put in, like, I can put in that much focus, right? I can watch, I can, tick perfect, whatever I need to do. I can get there. But I'm only going to be able to maintain that concentration for a half hour. Maybe an hour. And then if everything in the game requires that level of focus, then I can only play the game for a half hour to an hour before I have no choice. I have to quit. I can't keep playing at that level. But if there's different tiers and there's different stuff to do, then I can go focus up real hard until I start flagging. And then I can go do something that's a little AFKable. And then I can go back to doing something I gotta focus real hard for. And it's all super fun. Once you get Soul Split, you can switch between that and your prayers. Constant heals, never need food. Yeah. No, I'm excited for Soul Split. I'm excited for Soul Split, and I'm excited for the Accuracy gear set. because I really like the idea of generating prayer. So there are a couple of resources when you fight that I'm noticing are just extremely important, right? Your prayer is outrageously important. Your summon resource can be really important, and your adrenaline, right? These resources are really important. And the more of them you can have, the more stuff you can do. And the more effectively you can do it. So like Acrasays, I think is going to be really fun. Really, really fun. But yeah, have a good day there, Evil Peanut. This is actually the end of our stream time anyway. I was just about to say, I think it's about time to call it quits. So yeah, thanks everybody for coming out and jumping in the chat. I really appreciate it. We had a great stream on Saturday. We had another really great stream today as far as viewership. So thank you all so much. Especially those of you who come extremely frequently and lurk the channel all day. You really improve visibility and discoverability. So I really, really appreciate that. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow at the regular time, which is about 5 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll do another 6-ish hours. We'll see what we can get into. We might go ahead and hit up the Arc Glacier. People have been talking about that being a fun boss for a while, and we just haven't really gone over there and done that. So maybe we'll try that out tomorrow. Could be fun. But yeah, hope everybody has a great rest of their day, and I will see you all on the next one. And Evil Peanut, thanks for the subscribe over on YouTube. Appreciate it.